Yo, hey, ignore the laundry pod. That's all clean clothes, but I need to sort them. So like, I'm leaving for TwitchCon tomorrow, guys. So my room's kind of a little bit of a mess right now. But I don't know if you guys know this. Hold up a sec. Haircut. I have been meaning to get a haircut for 2 months. I finally got one, and I'm like, oh my fucking god. I feel so much better about myself. Like literally, so much better. So much better. Yeah. Like an unbelievably amount better. Big difference. Did you end up breaking 3K in Suika? Nah. I didn't decide. I don't have the game. Wait, Stretch, welcome back for 110 months. Looking clean, the hair, not your room. Fuck off, man. Thank you so much for the support. Yeah, my room, whenever I travel, my room is like a mess until I get back. The packing portion is kind of interesting, so to speak. Did it take a test drive? Bro, yeah. People come in every fucking time to ask me about that, man. Traveling, yeah. Tomorrow I leave for TwitchCon. Big event. Oh. This is for sure one of the things I'm wearing there, by the way. I love the sweater. Food y'all cooked for Ratatouille challenge. Our chicken was good. And their chicken was good, but they used more MSG than we did. I'm not gonna lie, that shit's like crack. Their omelet was really good. Our wontons lacked a little bit. Where's packing or unpacking? Oh, definitely packing. Wait, how hot is it in Vegas? Heat in Vegas, in Las Vegas. Oh, how temperature in sorry, let me do weather in Las Vegas this weekend. It's 94? Oh. I was gonna wear a sweater there, man.
I am a teacher. Here's what I will learn.
Bro. And then the day after, it immediately drops to the 80s and 70s. That's fucking bullshit, man. That is actually bullshit.
I win.
Wait a second. Is it Cho time? It's Chover. Yeah. Deserts get cold at night. So I used to live in Houston, and we have similar like temperature where it'd be hot in the day, dry heat, and then at night it'd be like fucking 60, 50. You only need to do more of those couch chill cool. You guys did so hilariously. Yeah, yesterday was really funny. Yesterday was actually so fucking funny. Yeah. Oh, fuck, I'm playing Earth right now. Oh, I don't even know if I want to play Earth. Imagine I didn't know you stream yesterday. I don't know the fish stage. Really? I mean, like I stream a lot. Like okay, I don't know if I should say this, but like you kind of can expect to stream from me like almost every day. I actually do stream quite a bit, probably more than any way that's healthy for me. I did not mean to do that. Holy fuck! Why did I meant to move the Renekton over. Oh my fucking god. Okay.
Very exciting.
Oh. Shit, I guess I know what I'm playing. This guy really contesting me.
Or be consumed by it.
Were you able to beat Cloud? No. I fucked up. I think we had like 7 wipes and I fucked up 3 of them. Which is pretty bad. It was my bad. Yeah. It's like those things where you don't know all the mechanics in the raid, and you just get hit with one that you thought like wasn't good. I think I did 3 or 4. It was really bad.
There will be peace in the Freljord. I will forge it.
Yeah, first watermelon, congrats. This isn't Suika. I don't have the Switch game. I don't have a Switch, first of all, and I don't have the Japanese like download either. So it's just like an L on 2 fronts, you know. I was making a multiplayer Suika game. Yeah, it's smart. I saw that shit this morning. I was like, damn, so smart. Do I want? I feel like if you're playing Cho, you just play the stupid like I don't know, like you just play bruisers or something. You made the entire Twitch community addicted. Nah, it wasn't me before then, but I will take credit for some of it. Dude, do I actually play 6 Void? I feel like it's so bad. Like I need to go 7 here.
Keep your enemies close.
I don't think I play 6
And
Void.
me closer.
VTuber seen that Scarra Sweet Case? Oh yeah, they're crazy. Wait for a bruiser? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's not. You can't even do that without void spat, man.
Always
If you're win streaky, would you pick up Castle too? No, because I still need backline here. Ludwig was a little too late to the trend. Wait, it wasn't him. What the fuck? He was so late. Well, he played it after I played it on stream. And I was late. I was about a week and a half late. It was VTubers who did it. Two Bruiser and Void, so 8 you can go 6 Void for Bruiser. Yeah, but that yeah, I guess you could in theory, but I think it's I lost by 1 auto. It was in midair. This game fucking sucked. Like, there's no way you should ever play a Void with 4 people. Unless you have, like, a Void status. Then you don't have a carry, right? You have 0 carries on your team.
Bow to the void or be consumed by it. Carnage.
Dude, I don't even want to roll. Like, is rolling even good?
They will feel pain they've never imagined. For the darkness. I will tear the world asunder.
Jokes, of course, good. Camera's hiding your synergy. Oh, sorry. It was for a different game. Apologies. They love or hate TFT? Neither. Yeah, I don't hate it. I just don't want to play it. Oh yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, for sure. I was thinking about getting impenetrable, but like realistically, you can get even better with Radiant. It'll try them. It's always the same. Bramble Declaw. You don't need Declaw in certain matchups, but I mean, it's like their health regen is so ridiculous in this unit. What are we going for? If it Declaw or actually it's only Declaw. I guess you can do Declaw or Gargoyle. Yeah. Oh my god. Wait, this is so tempting. This is actually so tempting. Is this not just BIS on Renekton here? Wait, like, is it not just incredible here? Like high chance to hit Redactin 2 or Redactin 3. Like it's I think with Rattown, I'm guaranteed Redactin. Like if I don't hit Redactin here, there is something wrong. I will fucking report more dog, some shit like that. Why Capital? Went back for 22 months. Change my name so you can read it. Oh, fuck yeah. Sorry I was messing you up so much though. That is definitely my bad. But I can't, man. I don't know, man. I was just so bad at it.
Time for games.
I'm pretty sure the way this comp is gonna go is I'm just gonna play 6 bruiser or 4 bruiser and then random units. I don't know what the random units are yet. He rolled a 0 to try to win this. He did not win this. If you were in here, I'd be pretty happy.
I will tear the world asunder.
That's all I wanted. Oh wait, guys, did you see the Overwatch skins coming out? Okay, everyone in the world knows I'm not a big K-popper, as they say. But I got free tickets to get a. Like, okay, let me rephrase this, because then it sounds like this is all me. Host got free tickets to get a BlizzCon. And I was like, I'm not sure. You might see me there if you're going. Man. All right, real talk though. Isn't this bullshit?
Every soul shall serve.
I see you live. Watch your LCS video. Literally, if I love you. Thank you. This guy has 2 bruiser spats? With what bruisers? Bro, this guy is trying so hard, man. Like, just so hard. Literally working fucking overtime. Please give me bruiser +1. Please. 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 Oh, fuck off, man. I mean, if I go Swork, is it even that bad? Wait. Let me cook this. Hold up. How did my backline die? What? Who the fuck is killing my backline? Wait, I don't know if I like this anymore. Like... more void and then go Ash Sedge. But then what do I do with this fucking spat, man? Swork Kaisa? That is true, I could Swork Kaisa. Fuck it, it's rat time. Might as well just restart all my shits, man. Then for Kaisa, I would hurt. Alright. Let's see if you guys know any trivia. What are Kaisa's best items from this position? I will not have Challenger. See if you guys get this correct. Shouldn't JG? Already wrong. This item is better than Shojin if you don't have Challenger. I think it's adaptive Archangels. Not gonna lie. Actually, it's adaptive Nashers. I'm because I think the only way you can anti-heal in this comp is if I hit timer, and playing with 4 Sworks is pretty fucking impossible. The only question is, do I want to go... God, do I really want to play out for Kaisa when I only have one? I have no Kaisas? I feel like that's kind of trolling. Also, let me just do this. Maybe instead of doing all this, it's too complicated. I'm just a stack the Malzahar, man. What am I fucking doing? What am I doing with my life? I can re-roll the emblem. Oh shit, that's so interesting. I think I re-rolled the bruiser. Wait, can I re-roll the bruiser? I can't, right? I can only re-roll into things that are re-rollable. What are re-rollable spat items? Hold on, there's fucking spat somewhere. Anyone have a random spat I can look at? I can roll the streamer. Fuck.
Sharima is where all paths converge.
Fuck it. Do I really want to play? Do I really want to play fucking 6 Void? I feel like that's such a bait.
About time I got my hands dirty.
But it's kind of funny. Like, it's kind of fucking hilarious.
Piltover's finest. The void has breached this place.
Consorte, hear my name and know my strength.
Is this even that bad? I can fucking use this. Is probably gonna go straight to Morello here then. Fuck, I kinda want shiv.
Hi, sir. Remember the name. The void has breached this place.
Okay, if I get a remover to put this on Rek'Sai, I feel a lot better about myself. I said base AS. Wait. Pretty high actually. I lost? There's no way. By the way, I frequent fire, guys. I don't know if you guys remember, but technically, I don't think I ever go 9 with frequent fire because if I go 9, it is worth 80 rolls. So I'm just trying to get 3-star Kai'Sa in this game, pretty much.
Water to me.
Is there ever the right choice to sell Reckon? I don't think so. Yum, yum, yum. Ice cream so good. 910. 910 is pretty good. Redemption is good. I ideally want Kai's item. Oh, this is the best item for sure. Right. This is the best because I would want to win it. Fuck off. Fine. I mean, at the very minimum, I need to get I need to get Kai, and I'm okay with it. Why is this guy holding belt pauses? Reaver MR shred? Don't worry about it. I'll get both eventually. Does this guy even scale with AD? He scaled with AP and he rolled blue buff Deathblade. God damn it. Wouldn't I easily win this if I have either Shiv or Morello, man? He's just healing, man. Look at how much he's healing. Like, my God.
I will rule the Freljord.
Did I get my rat town this stage already? How much health is that? 50, 100, pretty good. I think I win this pretty easy. Oh, this Mordekaiser is kind of... Oh, this guy has so many stats. I was wondering why I looked kind of close. Bro, please, where's my anti-heal? Hello? Oh my, there was no round time this thing. Holy fuck.
The void has breached this place.
Sedges. The main reason why you want to get Vel'Koz is just so that you can get less Vel'Kozes, and so the shops are more inclined to give you good stuff. Like these shops first. Dude? Oh my god. Oh wait. I kind of think this is better now.
I will rule the Freljord.
Is this not better? Like, there's no way this is not better. I actually win the game now. I hit like some just disgusting shit right there.
Piltover's finest.
Battle, yes.
Fear the void sting. For great science.
unit please cast? I am surprised I lost this. Oh, now we're good. Now we're good. I just rolled the wrong items last round. But this round we Gucci. Darius items, yeah, don't worry. I lost. No fucking way. We kill like the stupid ones in the back, so I'm back here. Thank God. Yeah, no problem. Need a Kaisa 3 real quick. No big deal. Oh wow. Oh fuck, the thing is I wouldn't remove my Vel'Koz. I just don't have anything to bruisers. Vel'Koz still gives me 3-star, right? Work. I mean, I ended up adding another full level into Void. So it's now pretty strong. It should be pretty fucking strong. Oh no, yeah. I mean, there's still the Void held up, right? Wow. I lost with this board is crazy. I can't believe my 3rd place with this board. I guess it's against, okay, this guy I can understand. This guy hit Noxus. And he re-rolled his Juggernaut spat into it. Oh. Never mind. He definitely re-rolled his Juggernaut spat into Noxus. Level 9 Noxus is like super top end, really OP. This guy's board, I'm surprised. I guess this was actually OP for him. The Zeke's gem.
Broadside.
So I don't know. I think I just positioned Belbeth wrong. Because like I don't understand how wide the AoE is. Is it possible to dodge Nyla's AoE? Maybe not. With 2 RFCs, it looks like really hard. I guess she just hits everything. It's all right. Uni Mooney, welcome back for 31 months. Welcome back. What am I playing, guys? Buckets. I'm opening Liza P. I've been very much enjoying this game. Do your chores already? Most, like half of them. The correct L game. True. How far did I get in the game? I beat the someone can tell you. I'm on Fuego. Fuck it, I don't know what boss. I don't know what boss in order it is. Is it 2, 3? You fought the good bosses. The second boss. All right, real quick, real way to catch up. This is Liza P. It's a game, Korean-made Dark Souls game, and the main character is based on Pinocchio. The whole world is based on Pinocchio. You are a machine who wants to be human, and there's a lot of the people in the folktale in the game as well. It's a Dark Souls game, and it plays very much like a parry-focused game. It feels like it's very much like a, I think people have said it's more Sekiro Bloodborne-like than normal Souls games. I've currently beaten one full boss, and I'm on the second one right now. I did like, I want to say like 5-6 attempts before I called it and I had to go to sleep. I'm currently using, I don't know, this weapon. And it's kind of lit. It's like a two-handed greatsword that is dex based. A Leaderman, welcome back for 33 months. Thanks for your subbing. All right, I'm probably gonna die here a couple of times, but this is Woko. There was some lore about him. I don't really remember. Don't worry about it. Okay, where's my parry? Ow, man. Ow. Ow. You're fucking me. Dude, if you don't parry or dodge, it's just like I lose fucking 80% of my life. Fuck. Okay, yeah, hold on. My health is behind that thing. Give me a sec. Let me lower it a little bit. Okay, where's my health? Hold up. Hold. Show me my health. Here we go. I think bosses are much easier to dodge and parry. Yeah, but you look like a bitch if you don't parry. Red attacks with black. Well, no, they're only perfect parryable. My bad. Sorry for existing, I guess. Oh, I was in. Ow. No, I couldn't perfect parry it. You want to parry? There's no stagger. There is stagger in this game. This game is literally built around stagger. What? Yeah, parry builds up stagger meter. If you're able to perfect parry, not only do you look like a Chad, you also kill the boss way faster. All right, hold on. Wow, I fucking suck ass for what? Oh, wait. I fucking... No, man. Oh my god. Like the boss is hits so hard, man. Okay, it's fine. I know what I need to do. I haven't looked at my equipment yet. It's definitely it's not me that's the problem. It's my gear. Okay. 3.9, but look at how much. Does it add fire resistance? I can't tell. Okay, wait. So this is my current one. So it goes up by 0.3, and this one goes down. Wait, it goes up. Wait, when is Worlds? Is it tonight? Group stage? I haven't been following. I just saw that they finished playing. We fat rolling? Wait, really? It's not like I even roll. Man, I'm still fat rolling, right? Yeah. What I might do is I might disassemble my weapon, because I don't know if I want the great sword for this. Oh my fucking god. The way that comes out is so annoying. God damn. God, I got hit with the same move 3 times in a row. But he fakes it. One sec, guys. Sean, is it Sean? I think Sean's the only one who's cooking. I'm gonna go upstairs real quick. Sorry, just give me a sec. You guys know. Okay, so Sean made steak and it burned. He fucking smoked out our kitchen, man. Okay, but real quick, look at this. Toast got me a little thing. He told me he got it based on my personality. It's a duck gaming on a beanbag. It's very cute. Is it for party? Wait, is it party animals? No, I don't think so. It is party animals. Wait. You're right. No, you're not crazy. You're right. I was almost gaslighting you. Yeah, he was making 2 steaks and the temperature was too high with the oil. No, it's mainly because he forgot to put, you know, you're supposed to turn on the thing when you cook so the smoke doesn't kill you, or open the window. He forgot to do that, I think. He smoked himself out. I was going down there, he has a pillow. He's trying to... Bro, he didn't even target me there. What? Oh, I almost killed myself. I almost feel like going for 2 swings with a greatsword is like so greedy. Oh. I fucking didn't check. Wait. Okay. Any phase 2? Any phase 2ers? What is that? What is he doing? What is he doing? He can shoot guns? Bro, what the fuck, man? No! Oh, fuck. Pretty good. A leaderman went for 33 months. I think it's okay. Like, I got the feel of the boss down. The second phase looks really weird because I think I can parry his bullets, but doing that just sounds weird. Can I parry his bullets? Lion play a role? Yeah, Lion's pretty big part. Fuck. This boss is definitely easier to sidestep than it is to parry. Boom. Boom. No, I should have just dodged it, man. That move is my kryptonite. I don't understand. The way he charges is like, hold, and then I just fucking die. I mean, like the thing, it's so funny because as the Dark Souls games have evolved, they've added feints into boss, like mechanics a lot, like delayed attacks, and like fake attacks just to fuck with you. And I'm just like, damn, you guys fucking know. Ow. I suck. No, I can't. That fucking move is literally unblockable. Fuck. The play game is basically too good. Scarra let devs know how annoying it is to break through it. Yeah, breaking the rhythm is fucking crazy. Red Apple, thanks for sub on this stream. I think I had this boss. I felt like I was getting nowhere with the boss, but then something just clicked. And now I see the end. Like the end doesn't seem that far. If that's the only phase 2, that's no problem. The phase 2 doesn't really add anything, honestly. Oh my god, I had to time it, I had to time it. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. For nothing, bitch. Bro, no way it hit me all the way out there. Okay, I'm sorry. My bad. Oh my fucking god. No, I mistimed it. Oh, getting close is a little bit weird because of the flamethrower and the bullets now. You block that. You can only perfect parry it, or you have to run away, like dodge. The charge of red attacks are only perfect parry. Did you do another gambit? Yeah, of course. Well, I mean, no. I probably not. I probably just kill it here. You should probably just set up a gamble for the next boss. Oh. No, that's one you cannot attack after, or else you get fucking owned. I never slammed 250k this fast way. What do you mean? No. I got it this time, guys. Trust me. Yeah, run it again, mod. I got this. I think I just gave up on that one. Fuck it, I'm just gonna dodge that one. Wow. No way. Oh, he tripped me and I was forced to fucking play the dot parry. Okay, well, no, guy says this time. I think I'm locked in, but not to that. Oh my god. No. This happened one day in Apex where I was gambling on wins and Scarra finally won a game after 7 hours. I lost 250K. Yeah, but did you net overall? I'm out. No. Literally, 90% of gamblers quit before they make it big. But believers right here. You guys may have missed out on NFTs. Don't miss out on this. He killed me with that? I was 90% health. Oh, that's bullshit. This is a game, bro. I'm not redeeming that in the middle of my run. Minus 250K. You got that from doubting me? I'm not even gonna redeem that. Oh no. guys are worried yet? Oh. Sorry, hold on. I think this worked. Perfect. Ah, man. Oh, yeah. Got it. No. Oh my fucking god, he can still do that move? I don't choke. I don't choke. Pay it off, baby. He's about to choke. I just kept it interesting for you guys. Yeah, Scarra, so all right, you got it this time. How many deaths? I think that was like, I did that like 6 times yesterday. Double, probably somewhere like 20, 15 to 20. You walk past something. Oh, shit, my bad. 10 or 11. I don't know, man. I have no idea. Wait, did I miss something? Oh, this is so.
What do we have here? A broken butler puppet. Now, I seem to remember someone on the 2nd floor. Think it belongs to him?
Oh, thank you. Wait, the
sometime.
glow wasn't that big,
That's
actually.
good.
This time, I thought it would be bigger. You didn't kill a big fat puppet. Oh yeah, I should go back to that. Is there still poison on the ground? He's this guy. Oh, he's copying for me.
You're back. And you found... Oh, dear. Pulcinella. I really did a number on you. Pulcinella was proof that puppets possess true courage. I will not. There will be ample time for that. The puppets are going to be in a... I cannot shake the thought of that. That's for the future to solve.
Wait, he didn't give me anything?
I cannot shake... But that's for the...
Wait, I think... Can I? Okay, I need to find a way to turn off the, or to turn off the, is it that? Am I supposed to make a jump there? I have made a mistake. Holy fuck, I messed up. Okay, my bad. I mean, that kind of looks like a short. How do I get down there? Is there a way to go down? Wheel. Ladder go into it? Yeah, but I thought the ladder you couldn't get to it.
Best of luck to you, my.
Take.
This area is really big, so like I haven't explored all of it yet, so I'm trying to figure out how. Am I gonna die here? But I kind of like it. It's a Was this a shortcut to the where I first dropped down? I think it is. Yeah, I did not trust that room. Hold on, give me a second. Let me look around real quick before I go in that room, because I'm assuming I'm gonna jump into like a boss fight there. Okay, so you can actually fall down. Got it. Does anyone remember where I got the Trinity key from? Was that from someone in particular, or was it just like... Oh, the phone guy. Oh, yes, he gave me a key. Wait, so if I answer it wrong, I just don't get the area? Oh, that? That's unfortunate. Fuck off. No fucking way. Wait, where am I? I got 250k on 8 tries, bro. It's not gonna take me 8 tries to kill the shovel guy. But yeah, it's kind of a It sucks because I died with so much loot. Yeah, like now if I die again, it's like kind of nerve-wracking. You know? It's timed perfectly to where if you touch the button, as soon as you get out of invulnerability phase, it hits you. That is crazy. That's fucked up. Wait. This way. Yeah, I went to open the door for my other attempts. No, it's not this way. It's the other way, because I found the body here. Haven't seen its face, dude. There's no way. Did it close the bonfire? Yeah, I figured. But it's probably, hold on. I've haha, just kidding, bitch. I'm gonna go to the trading room real quick. I'm not dodging the fight. I will come back for him. I just want to see what's in the other room. Did the factory worker ever think he would be destroyed like a puppet? Huh. Oh, quartz. Oh, those are really big. I got costume. Oh, how Victorian of me for this costume. 3 crate 1. You open the doors. Be one with greatness. Help? No. If you help me with this puzzle, I will literally ban you. Is it a puzzle? It's just Lord, there's no actual puzzle. Okay, well. Honestly, I would have been there for 30 more minutes. Okay, hold on. Is there a closer revive here? Wait, this is not. Yeah. What is making that sound? I kind of want to use my points. I can just use my things. Oh, I like it so far. It's a pretty good game. Like, I don't know what to say. I think the game is pretty good. Did I get a record? Oh, I only got 4. Oh, so records are from like big bosses. Okay, I need to go upstairs and find out. Or put in the other quartz. Who's P? Why is he lying? P is Pinocchio. Bro, get with the lore. What's the difference between the fatal? Wait, what are fatal attacks again? It's the ones where you like parry and then you hit them. What's the difference? What's a stagger attack then? Their attack builds up the white bar. Oh, okay, that's good. Oh, I have to do a different type. Okay, well, what's the other one? What is Fable? Oh, when a perfect guard is thing, you can. Oh, that's awesome. Do I have tier 3 subs? Some of them, not a lot. Okay, I got it. I think I fall down here. And then talk to her.
I'll use my power. I'll use my power.
Okay, which stargazer was I at? This one? Wait, where the fuck is this? Wait, this isn't where I thought I was gonna go. Next time you wear a suit, make sure you buy a cooling vest. I already have one. I had one and it was still hot. Oh, I never explored this part. Okay, hold on. Fuck off, man. Okay. The small people are done for. Now it's just me and the big boy. Fire bracelet dermogo. Okay, I don't even know what that means. Yes. No, that's not what I want. Oh, is that it? I mean, that's pretty good, I guess. Oh, Kevin211, thanks for the sub. Welcome to the stream. Oh, yeah. If you weren't meant to subscribe to tier 3, it's okay. Do not feel worried. Tier 1 is all good. More than enough. Thank you for the support. I have full corruption stacks. What happens is I start burning. Yeah, I get poisoned. I just start kicking down. You know? All right, so this place is actually a lot bigger than I thought. All right, I need to fight that big guy before I leave the area. That's my plan. So me trying to figure out how to get up there. Okay, it's definitely this way. I had to shortcut this way back. Did he kill a shovel bot? Yeah. In a bit. It's set. Okay. This is the ladder I got down? It kills you? What the fuck? You set 10 playtester. I purposely do not playtest any of the sets. Because I want the fresh thing and I do not care for it. If that makes sense. I want the fresh first impression. I don't care about playtesting because I don't make content. Easy. Swordsmanship, Master Ambulance. It was harder Fueco or Shovel Knight? That was about 50-50. Wait, okay, what was my amulet? That's the real question. Reduce weapon durability? No, I need to increase life because I don't have that much. Wait, the people are gone. People are right here? Are the poisons gone? I play things that never got the amulet. Really? I mean, that's cool. Cool part of the game. Here we go. Wait, this boss seems really slow. Wait, this is the slowest boss in the game. Oh my god, he can turn. Wait. I can't. Oh, he's actually like a pushover bot. Like his difficulty is in the poison. Oh, cool. Another quartz. That's awesome. Okay. I beat him with the poison because that's not how the boss is supposed to go. Yeah, I'm assuming corrosion makes that boss 10 times more annoying. Okay, am I done with this area? I think I am. Wait. Oh, wait. How do I get there? How do I get to that room? How, like, that's not a ladder that reaches the ground. Okay, it's fine. I will go look for it. I'm gonna look for it. I'm sure. Will Elite Challenger climb? I don't know if I can hit it. I don't think I can hit it, and it's not worth my mental. Not that I hate playing League, but it just feels like for me to enjoy playing League, I have to play with someone else, or I have like, and also the best chances of me playing League are like full muting my teammates sometimes, which feels really weird because I don't want to play a game where I have to full mute my team if I am playing a multiplayer game, because like part of the game should be interacting with people, right? I don't think so. That's stupid. Oh, the real boss. Oh, there's a go down button here. Wait, I swear I was here before. I didn't see this.
I must atone for my sins. I must kill more puppets. More.
I have no health potions and 9,000 souls. All right, wait, where is the quickest res to this area? Is it just the one? It's the one over at the very beginning. Upstairs. Oh, the Vengani one? Is that really the closest one? I mean, it's fine. I want to go back and use these. Even though the big boss wasn't that, like, he wasn't hard at all. He was literally the easiest fucking encounter in the game. He gave me a lot of souls. Or, I don't know what souls are called this game. Ergo? He gave me a shitload of Ergo for me to level, which is really nice of him. Can I respec in this game, guys?
I'll use my power.
Later? Cool. Awesome. I'll figure that. The Ergo touch you be collecting a free Ergo? Oh. I mean, how much do I have right now? I forgot. I haven't. Even in Dark Souls, I forget to use those. Unless it's like for purchasing a weapon that I accidentally leveled. How many of those do I have? $1,900, 3K, so 5K. Oh shit. Save the boss Ergo? Okay, but then these I can use, right? Where's Geppetto? He's in the main area. You're right. You just skip this, right?
atone for my sins. All puppets must die. Every single... Wait. Those clothes. Leo?
Oh.
You came back? I killed countless puppets to atone for what I did. I didn't mean to break my vow. I was just
Yeah,
so
it's me,
scared.
Leo.
I'm sorry I ran away. Oh, if you're a ghost, just leave me be. It's the weight of guilt. The burden never gets lighter. All puppets must die. Kill the puppets!
Wait, that dialogue option is only if you click
I wish I'd known that surviving is a hell of a thing.
Wait, that's so cool.
I wish I'd known that surviving is a hell of its own. I wish I hadn't run away. I can't tell what's blood and what's oil. I'm sorry.
Did I break his sword? I didn't even know when I did it. I was afraid to die. That's cool that you get new dialogue options because I got the outfit with the secret room. And then so if you put it on, you become his friend. Oh, it's before the new one. Oh, that's cool. Wait, where am I? Did I get anything from him? Wait, do I hear something? Okay, so I got his helmet. Oh, I guess it's cool. Dude, I have a higher chance of dying in these rooms than anything else. Okay, I don't know if I've been here before. I have. This is the door that wasn't open. So I just haven't been in this area. Oh, okay. Another way down. Got it. And then I haven't been here, I think. The Donkey Mask is hilarious. Yeah, it's pretty fucking good. Wait. Oh, okay. So now I'm good. Now I'm done, and I need to. I got his clothes as well. So I can literally wear. Is this survival's hunting? I can literally be him. The hunting pro of the star who belongs to the one who took his oath. When the puppets toppled the tower, the youth fled in terror. He lost his sworn brother that day and became a surviving wanderer in hell. You rookie target? Yeah. Thank you. Yes. Wait, what's his name? Is his name Survivor? Oh, I need to teleport to, is it this one? This one, right? Now I'm completely done with the area. Cool. So go this way. Right. Bro, this area looks so spooky. Oh, it's not. Oh my god, I thought it was you know what, it's the poison swamp, but it's just normal like swamp. What the fuck? There's another one. Oh my god. Gemini's iron. Oh, so it's another arm. Okay. Wait, is that another arm? No, that was a gear. I think. The next area is the mines. Go talk to the vegan, Big Johnny. Yeah. Ah, meant to do that. Almost killed myself there. Whoop. Dark Moonstone of the. Why is it called Dark Moonstone? Please, man. I'm literally about to die here. Oh my god. Big pipe wrench head. It's a large blunt weapon that has a physical attack. What are charged pulse cells? Yeah, it looks like a really good B scaling. I'm fucking stupid. I didn't realize I hit him enough to get a free health potion. That's actually, I love that part of the game where if you have no health potions and then you hit them enough at at 0, you can get another health potion. I think that's really cool. It allows you to play like if you're playing on the edge, then you're able to do a lot of great things. Yeah. Wow. No way he does. My whole fucking health bar there. As a P, oh yeah, this game is awesome. Like actually, I am very impressed. That's what, yeah, it's really good. I don't know how else to say it. It's really fucking good. Okay, it's just me versus this guy. Fuck. No. No. See, the run back is so shameful too. Like I'm at like the maximum distance before. Like there's probably another one of these right past the guy I'm supposed to kill there. Yep. My strategy in this game is to get maximum technique and then find another stat to all in on a weapon that I like. I'm thinking 40 endurance, 40 technique, and then the game's probably over because I don't think you can do more than 80 levels. But yeah, but maybe I don't I don't know if I need that much endurance actually. It feels like it's a stat that's like, eh. Okay. There's a lot for endurance. Yeah. I'm like pretty happy with the endurance I have. But I have a ring that gives me like, or amulet that gives me endurance. So maybe I'm just getting carried. This one? Well, like, what are the starting ones? Oh, I actually don't have any there. You know what? Then I'm fine. I just have damage to puppets and health. I probably will replace the health one with damage later. All right, here's the plan. Don't fucking suck. That's the plan. What? Oh, what? If I get hit down, he just fucking beats the shit out of me? I feel like I got fucking... What? Dude, bro, this guy is giving me a harder time than the bosses. Wait. So I can't... That's a true combo? He touches me and I just fucking get my ass beat? Oh! I lost 5,000. This is the worst game ever. This is the worst game. Alan, welcome back for 115 months. You beat this game a few weeks ago. This game is honestly really fucking good. The last 2,000, fuck. Oh, you only lose half of it. Oh, wait, they're super nice about it. Wait, I actually really like that. They lose half and give you the rest, because sometimes losing all of it because you like went down another place is so punishing. Part of the game, you're gonna have to ask my chat. I think I'm in the 3rd area and I don't know how many areas there are. So like my chat would know more than how far I am. Also, it's hard to tell how far you're at based on like Souls games because like people progress at different rates kind of deal. 15-20%. Oh, I'm in 4th area. That's cool. 20%. Wait, really? There's that much of the game to go? Okay. Okay, it's okay. God damn it. God damn it. Next boss, probably made me go insane for 3 hours. I think I have not died too many times on bosses this year. I think the hardest one, the Puppet Master, took me a little bit, but overall, it's been okay. This shovel guy is taking me forever though. Fuck you, man. You fucking dick. Holy, I got an amulet. Pieces weight limit? I mean, I don't think I need that one. What weapon can I use? The thing about this game that's really cool is like, okay, a lot of games you have to choose your weapon based on your stats, because the way items work is that they scale based, your abilities scale like this. Like most of it, it's like strength dex, right? And so I'm a dex scaling character. I have 30 plus points in the dex. But if you just, the way you can assemble items, so the scaling is based off the handle of the weapon, and you can get like different moves as well as length of distance type of weapon with the blade. So like eventually later, I'm probably gonna use this glaive or this handle for something else later. There really was a res right here, man. Being light regenerates stamina faster? Does it really? Like, does it matter? Bro, 5K is like that.
These bodies. Could they be from Moonlight Town? Whoa, did puppets do this?
Oh, cool. Cause I don't really like the mine area. What the fuck? Oh my god. By the way, guys, I still don't know how to use ranged weapons in this game. I'm assuming I have them, but I forgot how to use them like instantly. But it's fine. I'm just gonna, I guess I'm role playing a person who cannot use the ranged weapon. Throwables, you need to equip them? Oh. Yeah, fuck it. It's not worth it. How will any female be attracted to me if they know I use ranged weapons in the Dark Souls game? That's literally like not possible. You play TFT, and every TFT player has a girlfriend. Got a girlfriend from streaming. I don't know what happened with me. It's because it's because I play Lost Ark. I get it. I fucked up. My bad. What the fuck? That scared me so much. Lost Ark and Souls games you're done for is true. I was so spooked. Why does it look like I'm gonna fucking die? What is that? This looks like I'm gonna get baited. This looks like such a bait here. I can't help myself. Moonlight Town, guy, is the lowest place in the city where pilgrims prepare for journeys. Since Saint Fralenginko makes the one into found as known as the place where pilgrims lifted. Every position of the peak with its point as a priest. Crowds only in Port Town. Devoted himself to the people. Helped the priest good deed and always acted as colleagues. The decision to accept the occupants outside was made in this town. It's the birthplace of crowds we know it today. We have railways and pulleys, but our virtues remain unchanged. Sure. Secret wall. Secret wall. Secret wall. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I expected one of these walls to be a secret. I'm not even kidding. You like horror games? I think horror games are funny because I hate them. Like, I think it, like, my reaction to them is funny, so I will stream them. I do not like them. You did that to God. Fuck, I'm so conditioned, man. That'd be something like here. Secret wall. Secret wall. Dude, I feel like I was gonna die down there, and now that I didn't die, I'm like, well, what do I do? I saw Secret Wall in Elden Ring the other day after the game's been out for a year. I heard there's a wall in Elden Ring that you have to hit like multiple times. Not just once. They did like a really fucked up thing. You have to hit it like a billion times. I would never trust anything after that. Why is this looking over here? Railed by a boss. Oh, wait. Did I get an E indicator here? Oh, I did not. I'm just going. I'm actually crazy. Wait. Secret? Wait, you're telling me that there's not a secret wall here? I died. Wait, he fucking... Oh my god. Yeah, that house is not safe, but like, it has loot in it, so I don't care. Wait, can I just jump that? I can, right? I'm just fucking stupid. Dude, the normal monsters in this game do more damage than the fucking bosses. Like, what? I do have 8 vitality, so I feel like I can't really complain about stuff, though. I can only secret wall. Dumbasses. Oh, okay, I'm good. Locked me in with who? Myself. The puppetry is so nice. Workshop Union Standard corrosion resistance converter. Yep. Okay, the gear is sometimes hard to figure out. Oh my god. Get me out. Secrets? Area. Oh. Bro, doesn't this look like a secret area? Guys, what the fuck are you talking about? By the way, why do I keep seeing animals come up? It really wasn't here either. Here. Here.
Do you want to go up, child? I'm sorry, but the train isn't in service anymore. The cathedral isn't the sanctuary it once was. The people who went up there, I still don't know what happened. If you're determined to pass, you must prove your identity. Who are you? Are you a stalker?
Yes.
Interesting. I thought all the stalkers died when the workshop tower collapsed.
I think that's what
As for me, I'm as good as dead. A sinner who lost everyone I ever loved. I have no right to stop someone
only
as
one
determined
destroyable
as you.
wall in the game?
Please
What the
be safe
fuck?
up there.
That's what you think. Have you tried hitting that wall 700 times? I see cars as a copy bar. What do you mean? I'm Lloyd. I'm a duck. Or a goose. I'm a goose. Good lie? Yeah, I'm good like that.
Ladies
that,
and
man?
gentlemen, welcome aboard the Pilgrim's Cable Railway. Now, those of you who joined us in Moonlight Town, we hope your preparations for the Pilgrim's journey are well underway. Fascinating town, Moonlight, just fascinating. Back in the day, the only way to reach the cathedral was using a rope and pulley. So, thanks for building it on a cliff, St. Frangelico. I kid. Frangelico, wonderful saint, wonderful. Anyway,
oh, it's pretty good.
The Bridge of Atonement. While you atone there, don't miss a magnificent view of beautiful Krot. It's been my pleasure, friends, and enjoy the rest of your journey. I've been your captain on this ride, Gemini!
Wait, is this Gemini Cricket?
Not bad, huh? Oh, I really am good at this.
That is Gemini Cricket.
When in doubt, let Gemini be your guide.
He does sound like Claptrap, though.
You look annoyed. What I do? I'm sure it's fine. Let's get a move on, pal.
It is? Wait.
Something's
Is it?
off.
It
Did you
is?
see that over there? I recognize dead puppets. That's to be expected, but what is that?
Well, I just thought it like sounded close to him. I didn't think it was like him, you know? Oh, sorry. Let me go back. I think someone said to talk to the Veganini guy, the vegan guy, Veganini, that guy. Because I saved him and he's supposed to do something for me after I saved him. Do I have any more records? I still only have one record. Okay. Veganini.
Buongiorno. And
Oh,
welcome
he
to the
repaired
House
his
of
robot.
Bernini. I am Master
Buongiorno.
Bernini's major domo, Pulcinella, At your service, the House of Vanini carries only the finest in luxury merchandise. I am certain you will. The House of Vanini, even priceless things have a price. Every item is a treasure of distinguished quality and...
Oh. Increases the moldability of a handle. Oh my god. Increases the technique of a handle? Isn't that crazy? Wait. Isn't that insane? Wait, but how do I use this? Okay, before I use it, does he sell more weapons?
There you are, my boy. My savior, yes, that's the word. You took back the factory. Without the factory, no more new puppets. The army has run out. But listen to me going on and on about
so we
my
should
concerns, and
their
I
factory
don't believe
plan.
I've even introduced myself. Signor Lorenzini Venigni. Gentlemen, bon vivant, and
the G is silent? Okay.
If the name Venigni rings no bells, perhaps you've heard of Graz. While I sincerely believe meeting Venigni is its own reward, it's a grinder.
A grinder. Doctors, what special? You can put a special grindstone on a grinder through. There are different types of special grindstones that grant different effects to your weapon. Oh, what the fuck?
Then my eyes do not
I
deceive
hate
me.
the fucking grindstone,
I never
but now it
imagined I'd
actually
see
does
it
something.
again. And I just designed it, set it aside, and you are really interested in the arm, I see. I will also add what we brilliant inventors
Modularity.
call. I always welcome.
Okay. Now the grindstone is owned.
I know my way around a weapon.
Upgrade weapon?
I know my way around.
Oh, it's alter the handle. Oh my god. So I have a 2 technique frame. Wait, isn't this fucking crazy? Special grindstone doesn't repair the durability of weapon unless you spin the quartz. Wait, that sounds worrisome. Oh, it lowers motivity. Can I just use this? I have 2. My damage increase is fucking crazy. I'm not. I mean, I guess I have another one to use a different handle. Okay, so like my damage just went crazy. Okay, wait. So how do I do this? So oh my god. Ow. Holy fuck my damage. What is this? Switch my legion. Oh, I mean, I like my puppet string. Craft the legion arm? Oh, you can have. Okay, wait, hold on. How do you? It installs a landmine? What the fuck? That's... Oh. That blocks enemy attack with your left arm? Falconized. Wait, this is an A scaling? I can't make this. I need Legion plug. Interesting. So I can modify my current ones though. What is this? Like, oh, okay, yeah, it's awful. Oh, you can charge it 3 times. Interesting. What is this one? Oh, that's cool. Okay. Lamberge. Enhanced landmine. Okay, man. Fire one. There's an acid one. Okay, and then there's I mean, I kind of, there's, like, I don't really care for these. It's only this one that I kind of like. I kind of want to do upgrade this. I'll save this. I don't care. I'll save my. So this is a Harry Potter game. I wish. If they made a Harry Potter Souls-like game, I would be the first one to play. Are you serious? Got to craft the flamberge. How do you even craft it? Oh, I thought everything was a Legion plug. Oh. Interesting. I feel like these are, it sucks since like the scaling is not optimal for me, whereas puppetry has like perfect technique scaling. Kind of sucks. Give it a shot though. I'm never going to use this. I am never going to fucking use this, man. I would have to switch to an advanced build, which is, I was told I could switch later, so I might do that because advanced looks like I like doing specs which are usually available in like specific games, and it looks like
that is how. Learn from how humans behave. Lies are a weapon.
Lies are a weapon, yes.
I'll use my power.
$35 fucking technique. What's it called? The Path of Misery, man. I got about 60. I thought soft cap was 40. However, damage. Oh. What?
idea what those things are, pal. Approach with caution.
Bro, I was so scared. I was like, shit, it's a mini boss. How am I gonna maneuver around this one? This one might take a lot of time. Maybe I should wait to see his attack pattern. Nah, bitch slap. I literally do so much damage. I'm 300 a hit. Boo. Boo. Wait. Did I just ignore the entire area? Bro. I think I have to run all the way around, man. That's kind of sad. Okay, it's fine. So it's just like a shortcut to get to the other side faster. That's cool. I mean, I'd rather just go through the middle and make sure I got it. Vegini's urgent repair tool. Vegini. Yeah, this game definitely feels like Advance is like unique to the game somewhat, and like I feel like I should be using an advanced weapon because they look really interesting. Not only is there like acid, which is a kind of a new element, but the only downside I heard was that there are no advanced boss weapons, which is kind of a bummer. But
what is happening? What's their problem? Wait, their bodies are strangely altered. I don't know what's going on, but keep those eyes of yours open.
I don't know how they're altered, but they are altered somehow. Withdraw your wrath from Krat. Please save us all. If the judgment is unavoidable because of our corruption, please at least spare my child your wrath. My baby has done no wrong. If anyone find this place, please pray. Pray, you who are exhausted, injured. Is there a way to use emotes? How do I use emotes? Fuck. I think it was here. How do I even use that? Is it tab? No, it is one. Oh. Hold the no, they hotkeys to your 1 to 4, so I could just use it that way. Thank God, because only E is the most awful implementation. That's the puppet master. Had that exact language. Oh. Get free souls. Okay. Give me a sec to explore this left half before I decide to engage with what looks like a bridge full of baddies. Bridge full of baddies. Oh, okay. Anything here? Anything here? Is that a dude?
Mercy, I beg you. Don't kill me.
Giangio.
I thought you were from the organization. My name is Giangio. I'm an a pharmacist. Yes, pharmacist. I'm looking for the legendary gold coin fruit. I was able to use medicine to slow the infection spread. I have the petrified. Sorry, I rambled.
Read this. Found a shiny tree that resembles gold coins. The fruit's miraculous blessing. Miracles always have a price. Okay. You rise up and look at the land of God. When the angel spreads wings and embraces the same thing, coldest for God. Go back. Bro, okay. It's only in Dark Souls games where you have to learn to talk to people like multiple times. I swear in other games, you don't have to do that. Oh, I see the item behind.
Many substances can be poisonous. The gold coin fruit might just be a myth. Can you let me know if you...
The people of Pratt knew how the various kinds of wish stones which can be equipped to cubes. Using cubes consumes wish stones to equip a wish stone to a cube to replenish it through geology. What the fuck is a cube? I have a cube?
I'm headed to the St. Frangelico Cathedral. You can find me there if you need me.
He was a one-time use. Okay. Damn, they're just beating the shit out of each other, man. Wait, give me, I'm in on this. I can't believe I died in 3 hits, man. I thought I killed them, but I do just below the amount of damage necessary to kill them. Excuse me. Wait, did I go the right way? Yes, I did. Pardon me, pardon me. Each time you take out a boss, it gets later in the day? What the heck? Wait, that's an interesting thing. Wait, I don't like that. I like it when it's bright. I'm not gonna lie, I hate not being able to see stuff. My least favorite part of games is when it's so dark that I can't see. Dark in just visually, not like dark where like it's supposed to be atmospheric dark. There's a weapon fire, yeah, but I gotta say that for the boss. JK, I'm gonna use it right now. Wow, I literally pushed me just over the edge. I didn't target it. That's the fuck? I think I'm cheesing it here. He's so much damage. Wow, my damage here is just ridiculous. Name Ergo. Ergo is just money. Like souls, but they had to call it something else. So it's are those people? Oh, it's an actual cathedral.
Gold coin trees are said
How
to
did he get
blossom
here?
when plague stalks the land. Gold coin tree.
You have certain pet tears. Only those who have cleansed their souls may move forward. And don't I need to pray? Oh, there is something I wanted to do. Hopefully this doesn't make the game too easy. Equipment. Bag. I have to use all of these.
I'll use my power gel.
Yeah, this game time is based on the game, my time, so never get to see all the environment. Oh. Full glass cannon, two-handed. This is how I play a lot of my Dark Souls games. I couldn't do it in Elden Ring though. Or I tried to do something different in Elden Ring. Is that a boss? Staying choir music. Okay, wait, hold on, hold on. What if I just wear the heaviest fucking shit ever? Like, just as heavy as humanly possible. You guys swing slower? That would be weird. Okay, I saw like a serpent come out. Okay, hold. Do I? This does not look like I just killed myself if I go down there. I feel like it's not working. Oh, whoops. I did not mean to do that. I think it's here? Oh my god. I am fucking blind. Thank god. What is going on? Don't go down there. I got it. We got it, guys. All clear. I didn't even, whatever. I mean, doesn't that look like a thing where you go down, you know? Yeah, give me my soul. Okay, so it's not here. Got it. Not really sure what decay does, but it's probably not a good thing. I have to use my grinder. Hold up. Real quick, hold up. No, I meant to. Oh my god, I meant to heal and I pressed 1 instead of R. Holy shit, that could have gone. I could have just died right there. Okay, but I kind of want that. How do I get? No way. We can't go back after we... I'm gonna die. Try the other side of it. Hello, Scarra, my favorite TFT streamer. Oh, I forgot to tell you guys. Dude, Emily every day is in other people's Twitch chats, literally just dogging on me. Says stuff like, Scarra, he's not even good. Does he even play TFT? Literally every fuck. I caught her in the act today. Also, guys, how do I die? Or how do I even... Okay, hold on. There's gotta be a way for me to normally... Oh, wait, you can just do... Oh, you can just go from there. Wait, I tried to do it the hardest fucking way possible. You can go down. I see. Tengu fits the loose streak style of Scarra so well. I don't want to hear it, man. Yeah, like QT took my job. I used to be that TFT streamer, but now QT's him. I'm pretty sure I would be dead instantly otherwise. What? I cannot believe. What? No way, man. Fucking hitboxes, bro. Scarra, I have a question. Okay, what's the question, Emily? He hits said he'll give you 100 subs and hit immortal. Do you think that's worth trying for? Do you want a real answer or like a fake? You can actually do it. I think you can hit diamond no problem. Immortal is... It'd be a little difficult. You see as me, Emily, we're not on the same level. Don't even use my name and your name in the same sentence unless it's literally saying Scarra is better than Emily. Okay, that's the only time you're allowed to. Try the elites, yeah. So. You fucked her. The highest will hit 3,200. Oh, wait. You mean, oh, sorry. I'm thinking Suika and you're thinking Valo. She hit silver. Oh, she's gold. Sorry. Is she gold? This is not encouraging Emily. Okay, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna keep it like 100 with you. The amount of effort you have to put in to be good at FPSs is gonna be a lot. Do not take that fucking bet if you value your time at all. The answer is nothing. Wait, how the fuck do I? Cutie says it's easy for me to hit Immortal. That's because Cutie is a god gamer, and you should not compare yourself to him. He can hit the top rank of every game he plays, and I don't think that's you. That's not me either. Is that like a thing I can get? Kind of funny. I have to fall from above, so it's not a thing. Yeah, like unless you're Danny or Cutie level of gamer, you're. Take what Cutie says with a grain of salt. Like, Cutie is like Dyrus in that he can be good at every game he plays. Just like me? Haha, yeah, just like me. Can I make it up there? Oh, that was actually... You fucker. You fucker. I thought there might be something sus about how... Oh, I can go down? What? It doesn't look like instant. Interesting. Okay, well, I might come back. Archbishop is dead. Those who are alive must flee from the dead. Okay. Man, I literally 2-hit elite, so this area is pretty easy for me. Oh, it retells you how to fucking jump? That's funny. Can I push this over? I can. Nice. What the fuck did that do? They cleared a pathway bot down there? I think there's a secret here. I look at feature magazine. Pull the lever, trunk. What? The fuck did it do? Oh, I can go up now. Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay, yeah. Oh. Ow. Kick it away from him. What the fuck? Ow. No way. Also, I thought it wasn't an item. I glanced over and I thought it was one of the one of these stargazers, and I wasn't paying attention. So in the room, I was not expecting to get jumped. Did you open the shortcut? Yeah, I just don't know where the shortcut is. But I'm sure I'll find it. Guard break? I don't know. Make it happen. Enemies? Have Benini. Okay, so I have to go back to have him decode it. Obtain a clue. Okay. No problem. This goes up, right? Oh, this is how they do it. Okay. Oh, the fuck! I can find an arm. Yes, yes, yes. Those are hella important. How much higher does this get? What happens if I go all the way up? I will try next time. Bro, I need it. What am I doing? I feel like I'm supposed to be able to run around him. No, he just... Oh, fuck me, man. Alright, Gateway Hero X over my first 38 months, 6 years subbing. I'm gonna go ahead and play some ads. I'll be right back, guys. I need to do laundry. I'm leaving tomorrow, so I have to go like that. Not even. so sorry. All right. What are you guys talking about? What are you guys talking about? Anything cool? Why are you guys all scattering? League boy band? The artist behind the League boy band, by the way, used to work at an animation studio who animated our anime trailer, and then she won our anime art contest too. Like our mascot art contest, and then she went to work at Riot, and I think she did these skins, at least the splash art for them and the Discord images. Yeah, she's crazy. She's so fucking good. Where you got the button up you wore in the most recent OTV video? Same place I got my hoodie. Wait, what was this again? I guess this wasn't anything. Oops. Can I fall down at any of these areas? No. And no. Yep. So I got the loot here. Fine. I have to do this. Oh, that's fine. Or what's he gonna do? What's he gonna do? What can he even do? Bro, I have the high ground. Okay, hold on. I have a secret. Okay, hold on. Where am I throwing objects? Okay. Fuck. You think you got me, bitch? I only have 16 of these. Oh, I'm out. Okay, well, what about? Okay, I'm gonna go back down. Kill his ass, man. Wow. Wait, hold on. I have a secret solution. I have a solution. Okay, hold on. That's not what I meant to do. I did not mean to press that button. Bro, it's okay. It's okay. I just need to find a way to get around him consistently, and I think I just have to double fucking parry the stupid shield rush and then go around him. It's fine. Yeah, oh, there's a roll, but I mean, it doesn't. But trying to just sidestep it, it's not been working. Guys, I got the cat dust. Hold on, hold on. I'm ready. Yeah. Oh, it gave me a quartz, dude. That's a big fucking boy. Okay. Rat supply box can expand. I need to go back. I need to get the. I need to go get the clue, and then I need to go expand the shop. Where am I going?
Archbishop Andreas once told me, always be true to myself.
Cool. Okay, I was just waiting for a Stargazer before I went back. Sick. Okay. Hidden elevator rooms in this game too. I mean, there's probably hidden elevator stuff. Here's one of my favorites. Yeah, people said the next two bosses are really good, so I'm excited. Okay, wait, is this one stands for?
I know my way around a weapon.
No, who is Palin? Wait, hold on. Okay, well, one step at a time. One step at a time. I'm the Legion arm, and the craft the Falcon Eye.
Amatsa! You think it's a
Oh, it's a hotel work.
At the house of Vanini.
I already purchased some of the stuff here. Oh, I can grind the electric. Oh, right. I was supposed to see this guy, this cipher.
What I mean, of course, is that this is a humble invention of mine. The trials and travails. You're welcome to take a crack at.
The cipher.
May I
over.
be of assistance? I admit I'm a bit rusty, but it's also. What? No, of course I didn't read the contents. Who has time to read?
Strike the puppet hanging from the Alchemist Bridge on Elysian Boulevard. Elysian Boulevard. Oh my god, all the way back there? Oh, wait, hold on. Before I do this, let me go expand this, guys.
Welcome to Hotel Prop. This is a supply. I shall open it. Welcome to Hotel.
Also to buy Dark Moon Covenant. I should buy some of these. Do these come back? These are kind of important, right? Do I sell for Boston? No, not really. A red apple. I will buy that because that seems like something that I might need for something. Who the fuck just sells a red apple? Okay, so we're going back to the is it called the this? Wow, I can't believe it gave you a thing to go back all the way to the like one of the first areas. I think it's here. It's not here, is it? I think I went the wrong way. Oh, the bridge is this way. Wait. Wait, what? Wait, so did I go to the wrong one? The apartment Stargate. Okay, I went to the wrong one. This one? Oh, it's this one that I go use the elevator to go down. Got it. I remember. Does this guy have anything, by the way?
For your information.
Nothing that's crazy. Well, the electric abrasive. Nothing crazy. Wait, so if you knew about this, you could do this at the very beginning of the game. Whatever this is, I'm getting. I think so. What's all of the clues? Elysian Boulevard 221B. Where the fuck is this? Oh, is it in front of me to the... Back to the Stargazer? This is more clues than you get in From Software. That's true. So then you go apartment 221. Oh, it's right here. Okay. What you got for me, buddy? Owl Doctor's hunting apparel. Every time we get a new accessory, we gotta try it on. I kind of like it. Can I go up the stairs? Okay, cool. So I got another quart. I'm assuming, and quartz are hella valuable. So I think I have 3 quartz I need to use, which I think it means I can go, or 2. It means I can go to the next tier. It's weird because like you can't really plan what to do for the next tier because you can't see the next tier. I can upgrade my penis, my pee organ. Okay, so now I feel like it's always this. Who the fuck is doing anything else, you know? Okay, real talk though, is it not increasing the ergo defeated from defeated enemies? Isn't that kind of good? And this is great. I think I have that. Oh, okay, okay. I'm now into 2. Increase the amount of amulet equipables. Oh. Wait, I gotta have this one. Wait, this one I have to have. Okay. What's destruction damage? Does that mean I can break their stuff better? You break enemy armor. Oh. Oh, I kind of like the recovery effect of full cells. Do I have another one? Do I still have one more quartz? I think I do. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Damn, I don't really care. I know lie, it is so good. I get another amulet slot. And now I'm back below my weight limit. Oh. I think as long as I'm below 70%, it's good, right? Was 80% not 70? Wait.
I'll use my power.
Okay, you know what? I'm good. I feel pretty good about everything. I got quartz. I have everything I want. I literally have increased recovery from potions. I have perfect guard destroy stuff. I have gained stamina back when I hit them. Like I have everything. Practice amulet. I only have 4 amulets. I want a better one. I'm thinking weight limit is not really what I want. What the fuck? How crazy this Legion weapon fucking does so much damage. What? Okay, I can go down, right? Yep, I can go down. Wait, I ran past someone? What? Ow! Oh. Oh, her.
I'm surprised to see. Oh, where are my manners?
Deal.
I'm Cecile. Everyone's dead. Can you do me a kindness? The Archbishop. If I write his words, I can't die.
Bring back a holy mark from the Archbishop's room. Got it. The decay is actually not that bad. I took decay damage there, and look, I'm like almost full life. Durability? Wait, how did my weapon durability get low? Heck? Oh, decay decreases weapon durability. Oh, that I did not read. No way, I got double hit, man. Hold on. I hear the organs. You know what this reminds me of? You remember Returnal? By the cathedral build, remember pilgrims worship the mercenary. Returnal had that organ boss that was super sick. Really fucking awesome boss. My girlfriend said you look like his uncle. They showed me his picture. There's a lot of... Oh. Fuck. I didn't time it correctly. I just winged it there. The problem is there's so much I want to explore from this area. I want to go... There's something on the down left and there's something... Fuck me, man. Oh my god. I had to murder this guy. This leech arm is so funny. I only get like 3 shots of it, but it's so fucking funny. I don't really like this area that much though. Yeah, I feel like I'm getting poison swamp vibes in this area. Wait, I almost thought I fucking was gonna die there. Killed the guy in this room. Okay, there's another thing. Is this a shortcut? The pairing source is a pair with everything. Pop, 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 pop. Me pairing.
Damn it. I can't find the way out. Monsters everywhere. I need to grab my share and leave. Oh, oh that's odd. I thought I was the only one with a sound. Sure, I don't need to introduce myself. Note these golden wings. You don't know who I am. Preposterous. Everyone in Craft
He looks like he has a lot of weapons.
I'm Alidoro the Hound. Treasure. I'm looking for other... Do you know of a place where I can take my...
There's such a place?
Hotel Craft. Of course. A haven for all. And it's still safe and I have a lot of searching ahead of me, so why don't I...
Oh, he gave me a fire
Since you're
bracelet.
so helpful, I'll give you a peek at my collection.
Oh, okay. Oh, he is the boss weapon guy. Okay, hold up. Wait a fucking second. 7 spring coil sword. Okay. What is guard? Oh, it's that. Etiquette. A technique. Absolute counterattack single stab. It's a dagger? Holy sword of art. Transforms the length of the handle. Wait, what? They transfer between a greatsword and a glaive. That's kind of awesome. What is this? Enables dodging even with low stamina. Oh, it's an amulet. Oh, it's good. Even with no stamina, you can dodge. Do you either get their weapon or like an amulet? Interesting. Weapon attack in proportional number of fable. Oh, wait! I just increased my fable slots. Wait, that's so good. Wait, but then I can't get the weapon. Oh no, man. Upon perfect guard, typically increases damage inflicted. Oh, that's so good. Wait, that's awesome. Amulets are really heavy. Really? Oh my god, they're 10 weight. Okay. So I think I want etiquette. It's a dagger weapon, so it's like a fast weapon. So in case I need it. Okay. And then on top of that, I think I want the conquering amulet. Okay. I don't know about this because I don't think I'm going to use this regardless. Like, I probably just save this.
As a descendant of Aris, and part of that, what I'm showing you is just a... Until then?
Assuming he does it for every boss, so I will go back to him later. Okay, so I can do etiquette here. Oh, it's the umbrella. Oh my god, the rapier. And you expand it? That's sick.
Since you're so helpful.
Cool. Okay. So one of these has got to go. I'm thinking we get rid of the max HP to equip this. The juicer. Because like HP is just fucking, it doesn't matter, right? Boss weapons only upgrade to +5. Oh. I mean, the umbrella is such a cool weapon, you know? I do feel like it's gonna be worse than my other weapon unless I upgrade it, right? If an item is already technique capped, like what do I even do? Can I even adjust the stat? I can't, right? Just like kind of a whatever. I'm overweight. Oh, does it not matter? Is it 80? If it's 80, then I can just do 76. That's fine. Yeah, so I can have a little bit. Honestly, the health I get is not even. You can make S rank in technique. Oh shit. Wait, really? That's awesome. Wait, but I only have. Do I get a lot more of those in the future? Archbishop's Diary. Today Steel's unwell again. Perhaps ask for tournaments. Oh, I think that's the. Wow, this fucking thing does damage. Archbishop's Holy Mark. You get a bunch of cranks. Oh hell yeah! I'm gonna crank this for sure. Like for sure. I want the S technique, man. Wow. Bonfire. I think the bonfire is still be very close. Oh, this is the fucking bonfire. It's a shortcut. Oh hell yeah. I was wondering, I was like, it's probably pretty close. It was hella close. Did she want the diary?
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
Just a reminder of the quiet.
What?
It's a reminder of the quiet.
Wait, did she give me an ampule and that's it? That seems kind of terrible. I'm not gonna lie. I can push the fire? Oh. Okay, sorry. I don't know why I positioned myself on the other one. All right, hold on. I think this weapon is awesome. I'm gonna probably main this weapon now, which means I need to go back to the hotel to upgrade the technique to S and then pump it full of juice. Did you ever drop down that one room? Oh, I don't remember. No, I did not. I need to go back to that. Good reminder. Right, this is the parry of the training of it. Is the parry custom as well with this? Oh my god, wait, what? That's the perfect parry? That's so funny.
I know my way around.
I need 2 cranks Bro. Whatever, man.
I'll use my power.
All right, real talk. What should I level here? Is it just endurance? If I don't want to level vitality, is capacity? What does capacity give you? So weight? I guess weight's pretty important in this game. You just so you get more rockets? I'm down. I don't need HP. Just fucking parry it. Weight affects general run speed as well. Really? Wait, I shouldn't have put I should have put that in points. I think I couldn't have afforded to not put stuff into endurance. It looks like I at least need about 20 points of endurance to even play the game, especially with great sword. Maybe now without this, it is not as bad. But before, it really did feel like it was fucking impossible. Okay, we're going down. It fucking bugged on me. Quartz me? Wait. What's that? What's that sound? What's an advanced crank? This is curses the abyss of hell. You can't leave. The only thing. Oh. Magic stuff? They call it the armor of the god, the air gods. You have wrath. Okay. That's interesting. Okay, I'm gonna go sit here, advance a little bit, and then I'm good to go. And sing praise for a new saint has arrived. Oh, it's a boss. Is that a bat? Someone's in the chat said they took 3 hours on this boss. 30 minutes, man. Yeah, like 4 tries tops. Huh? Okay, he's an upside down head. He's got a tongue. Oh yeah? I have a gun. Okay. Playing. Oh, fuck. Timing on that was kind of bad. I might have to use my greatsword for this one. Nah, that's probably fine. I feel like I might need to use my greatsword so I can upgrade this up later. It feels like this is gonna be stronger for a little bit. You good damage? No, I want to do great. Oh, am I fucking fat rolling? Oh my god. Never mind. Guess we're using the umbrella. He's supposed to be regular? Yeah, except for... Fuck me, man. Can't even see because the camera angle got so weird. Oh, that's a fourth attack. Fuck me. I always feel like I don't play Dark Souls games to have summons unless I don't know. I feel like summons for me kind of make me feel like I don't accomplish as much. And like, I don't want my stream to think that I'm a bitch, you know? But like, I don't look down on people who use summons. I think completely reasonable, but like, I can't do it. My problem with this boss right now is when I get close to him, I can't see the boss as like the boss is so big it fills up my screen. Does that make sense? Like, it is such a fucking humongous boss. But I need to be close to the boss to do stuff, you know? Fuck, man, he went so far away. He got it. Like there's a fourth game. This one sucks. Okay, the blue stuff is my special bar. With the special bar, I can do stuff like super parry or do some really cool stuff. But I mean, I'll show you. It's I got it down ready. I'm ready for phase 2. There's a phase 2 there. There's, of course, it's a phase 2. They never boss by about 25%, right? Really? HP? Oh shit. The mask fell off. The one wing angel, only I could sense it. Fuck, it doesn't read. What? I can't see the fucking... Whatever, I got the phase 2. That's pretty good. What? I can't see the fucking boss, man. Like my biggest problem with this boss is just the like the thing. I can't see it. I fucking can't sense them. I can't fucking see him. It's just the camera angle. Like, I'm not even kidding. The fight is so hard because of it. God, learning the second phase is gonna take me forever because of it. The phase 1 seems pretty straightforward. I got it, like, I understand it at the very least. Phase 2, man, I don't fucking know. I keep it timing. Okay. I'm missing the range. I might. Oh, I That's such an amulet. I wouldn't do that. Maybe I go great sword here. Sometimes the length of my blow is weird. It means that I'm gonna have much harder parries. I think that's okay. I'll give it a shot here. My HP bar is literally like pitiful. I did my fate to try to greet it, but it did not work the way I thought it would work. I keep missing time. I only need a puppet amulet. Oh, you're right. It's not a puppet, right? Yeah, the greatsword feels really good. It's because the extra range allows me to punish the tongue without being close, and the charge attack is so good at opening windows. I think the only problem is I can't swing during the 3-hit combo, because I don't think I have enough recovery frames to get the parry off. But aside from that, it seems pretty good. Like that. I can't. Never mind. Oh my god. Just murdering this like that. Wow, that feels holy shit. My bad. No, you fucking. Oh, you fucking sat on me again, man. Yeah, I think I really like the great sword's like mechanics, I guess. The charge attack having like a lot of range to it feels really good. I don't know. I'm definitely more used to I'm the type of guy who typically likes slow weapons than playing fast weapons in these type of games. I mean, phase 1 looked sick, and the second phase is like, I think I understand. You could choose to play sides, and you both do damage, but he does the K on every hit. I misplayed. My bad. There's blunt weapon. I think there's blunt weapons and like. Yeah, that's just like I fucked up. I definitely think for this, I'm gonna juice the fire at the very beginning. I'm gonna get out of phase 1 fast. Phase 2 is probably harder, but. The timing of the butt slam is really annoying me. I think a lot of the reason why is it's not straight up and down. What happens is since the boss moves at the same time, your camera moves, which causes really weird, like I'm getting fucked because like I think if it was just straight up and down, it'd be really easy at time, but sometimes like he just goes over you and I lose focus. I know, but I'm missing it. I'm telling you why I'm missing it. That is really good luck. I'm trying to not fight the angel. Fighting the angel is really weird, especially with a greatsword, because he's hovers a little bit above the height that they want to hit at. I think I can do it with a dash attack like this, but like sometimes the normal swing just goes underneath. I need the other dash attack like this. But it's like, man, like I do not want to fight the angel. The angel is like really bad. Oh, let me switch my emulator real quick. It's not a puppet, right? So I could do. I can do max HP. There you go. No way that hit. That was a good phase, guys. What? Wait, I didn't know he had a guaranteed decay missile thing. Fuck, man. I've never seen that attack. How have you guys never seen that attack? Last one for the leaves. I got you. Don't worry. I got you. Trust me. I got you. Believe in me who believes in you. Oh, it was so good. You guys saw the vision. You guys were like, holy fuck, this guy's doing it. And I got fucking one more? All right, executive decision. We count this if I do it. That was a warm-up. This is the last attempt. This is it. Fuck this. I'm just gonna dodge this shit, man. my god, I had to dash in. Okay. Fuck. I'm so sad. Dead. We make it back. Make it up. Wait, I did not do that correctly. Oh. That way I can build up another one. Okay. One left. No. Oh, I'm alive. I'm alive. What the fuck? I have 1 pixel. Wait, I literally was on like 1 life there. 1 pixel. Okay. I have. Okay, the problem is the boss's second phase on his. Like on the reverse, like when I switch the boss around, his moves push me back farther than my greatsword. So all the stuff I was getting for free in phase 1 does not exist in phase 2, which is really awkward, man. Really fucking awkward. You can't even follow me. I'm guaranteed the bot kill, right? Should I do this afterwards? Dude, I didn't kill him because my great sword hit the pillar behind me on the swing. I would have phased him there, right? Ray, thanks to Ray. Welcome to the stream, guys. I'm playing Liza P. Honestly, I play this because I think Ray said it. I watched Ray play it. He said it looked pretty good. But like, I'm currently doing a run where my character is 0 vitality and 40 technique. So, which means I have fucking no, my endurance bar is larger than my health. Don't worry, now that you guys are here, let me show you how I kill this boss. Here, hold up, watch this real quick. Oh, keep fucking. I stopped watching. I keep watching. Stop watching. Here we go. Oh my god, he's guaranteed. No way I didn't get my fucking move off there. Well, I'm in phase 2, but okay, no, it's fine, fine. I just need to dodge the first hit here, and then once I dodge it, I hit him, and I get my health bar. And I lost. And he fucking hit me immediately. Haha. I am the one-winged angel, bro. I am just getting fucking owned by this guy. Okay, I think did the fucking fire one correctly here. Fuck. Wow, the fire actually owns this fight. Okay. Okay. One wing angel. 8, 50 by top. I would 8. This king fucking double digits. You think I'm a pussy? The 4-hit combo? What? Dude, you look at my greatsword against this guy, man. Like, it's because he's floaty a little bit. It's incredibly hard for me to fucking hit this guy. Okay, I got him. Watch. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I don't like how my stupid ass cannon has range. Like I understand there's a range cap, but like, man, it's like barely anything, man. Yeah, I actually think putting my thing on fire is insanely okay. I used to do it every time and push phase 2 and play it well. Here we go. What the fuck? Here's the free points. Oh yeah, if you're a believer, you're about to get the free points right now. See that phase 1? Fucking clean, baby. He hit me. This one. Are you be in Vegas? Oh, I'm leaving tomorrow. See, this guy, yeah, it's spamming Ash W on me, man. Fucking being volleyed with the K. Do you see my swings just don't hit? Wow, that was fast. I just wish I had more aerial reach, because then I wouldn't even want to flip. At the moment, I have to flip to even do damage. That sucks. I would just fight the angel though this time. But like, yeah, my weapon, even when I was doing this swing to try to hit it, it still whipped that one time. And that's fucking crazy, man. All right, that was just, I didn't know I got, getting the fire grindstone, I swear to God, or is very, I don't know. Wow, that hits? No way. TwitchCon is getting too expensive to this carpet. I understand. This TwitchCon is actually really expensive. Like, if I don't know why they increased the ticket price so much this year. Yeah, I'm trying to buckets, man. Just let me run around you. If the spear turns into a short sword, no. Hit 23 for 3 days. Dude, at least it's not TI price. okay. I mean, for me, for TwitchCon, even for me, it's like I go to TwitchCon just to meet friends. That's it. Like, obviously, I'm happy to see my fans, but it's really just like a I just go to meet my friends once a year. Can you stop moving? I missed all. No way. Hey, a fist bump. Dude, I'm just saying, my friends for TwitchCon sometimes don't even go to TwitchCon. They just go and get invited to the parties, and then they just go around Vegas. And there are, I mean, currently, I think I'm going to 6 parties. And I'm like thinking to myself, I'm not really showing up at these, you know? Like, who the fuck? But then last year I had the day where I went to 3 at the same time. And I was like, I'm never fucking doing this again. I fucked up this round, but he did a back-to-backer? No way. Oh, he did 3 in a row. Oh my god. Yeah, last year was crazy. Last year I went to 2, and then like one of the parties, someone got roofied apparently, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? I went to a VTuber party, and the first thing that someone said when I walked in was, yo, can I have a picture? And I'm just like, isn't this illegal? Last year was kind of wild, man. Arch Alaska, went back for 22 months. Thanks for your sub. Yeah, there are some weird, like, there's some weird things about, but like, I think last year's party also had this problem where like, okay, like I went to the same venue 3 times or 2 or 3 times for the same party. Okay. And like, I was like, I went back and the next day I'm like, I think I've been here. And it was the same place because it was in San Diego, and like, you couldn't get easy party venues. Like everyone had to share the same ones. And it was the first TwitchCon since COVID. So every org was like, bro, we gotta throw a party, everyone else is doing it. And so it ended up being that like everyone stacked the parties not only consecutively on multiple days, but at the same venues every day. So eventually I was like, okay, fuck this. But like, I think this time it's Vegas, and Vegas can do like a shitload of parties. Like there's a shitload of venues, I would say. God, I think if I don't get the firepower, I can't push the. The thing is, shouldn't I fire the second phase? Now that I can get the second phase consistently. I think I should just fire the second phase, and I just do something legit, man. Legit, baby. Okay, hit this bait here. Okay, and now we juice it. No. The tongue is easier, I agree. It's just sometimes the angel took so much time, man. I think if I have my flame buff, I do like giga damage, right? I just gotta go around like this. But like, oh, the angel reacher, oh, that's so stupid. It's fine. I think I can do it. The firearm? No. I will use. Wait, I didn't fucking do it correctly. Got it. Got it. Okay. Fuck is this? What is that move? I could have just kept hitting him and he would have died. I didn't realize. I could have literally just, he was 3 others from dying. The charger took so long, but like, I was like, nah, I should play it safe. I should back up. Fucking bullshit. Yeah. Bad miss. What? No. Okay. Yeah, back. Got it. Got it. No way, I cannot get around him right now. Tried to eye roll it. I did. I rolled right as the laser hits the ground. Is that not dodgeable? Like, the sad thing is I couldn't keep hitting because my weapon broke. I did not do the same thing again. You're fucking dumbass if you think I did. And the only reason I ran away instead of killing it was because my weapon broke in the middle of my combo. Yeah, I think I have to run behind them because he had a dead zone there. That really sucked. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's good. They can break. Yeah, this game has a breakable. Your weapons can break. This boss is decay damage. So if you get hit with 2 of his tongues or any of his auto attacks in the second phase, he breaks your gear, which is awesome. Really cool mechanic. I don't think it's even a problem except for that particular 1 second where it was a problem. Kind of slurpy though. Not that you can do that 3 times in a row, by the way. Feels illegal. Okay. Really good phase 1. Really fucking good. No. We run past. Oh my god, I played it so... Okay, my problem is the way that you kill this boss easily is you set your blade on fire and you burn the boss. And then when that happens, you like kill him really quick. But that requires me to run around and the boss correctly. And I fucked it up and then I didn't get enough time to hit him. I lost the time, man. Fuck. Ceiling 6472, welcome back for 13 but 6 for subbing. Get the fire till I reach. Maybe I have it. Back the fuck off. One flash. Woo! Okay. No, I got it. Give me the... No! I wasn't watching my life and I didn't parry it. I see how you're supposed to do it. If I let him, if I don't run immediately forward and he stabs me, I can run around the right side. Okay. I'm pretty much, everything's downloaded. I literally got it. It's literally in here. This is the one, yeah. This. I'm gonna guard those because those are kind of my alarm. Wow, he stopped his feet. Okay. He had the attack where he scoots his ass backwards. I've never seen that. My dog has that attack. Okay, yeah. No, I didn't parry that. I'm so shit. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I got it. I did go in for the auto. At some point during that fight, like I'm guaranteed stagger in like 1 or 2, man. Fuck. The fire makes it so staggerable. Hey, bro. Oh no. This is gonna be. I got it this time. What was that? Okay. Okay, we're looking at a fucking now a good one. Please, man. There's no fucking way. Okay. So do I dodge really far out or do I just stay under his ass? I dodge really far out. I hope I don't get fucking beat on by the other guy, right? As a pot. Oh yeah, dude, this game is awesome. Makes you feel like a fucking superhero. Yeah, I mean, superhero gets sad on. No way. What's that? One auto. Execute. Okay. That was so weird. Okay. Heal first. Get most of my heal back from this. Oh, I got it. I had to figure out every move. Every time he could have sat on me, I knew it. Oh. How many stages? It took an hour and 23 minutes? I was just warming up. Just warming up. Cool boss. Kind of annoying hitbox wise though. Like I'm playing a weapon that's pretty big. Oh, who is that?
And now, The stage is set.
This is such an anime. This is such an anime fucking thing, man. The audio might be working. I don't have. I don't think I can. Eliminated. Twisted Angels Ergo.
Want to go back to the old Krat. The old me. Before the green overtook me.
I didn't know this was made by the Bless Online devs. Honestly, Bless Online I heard was just terrible. And I'm happy they were able to come back with a great game. Like, and I could safely say it, within enough hours I put in, this game is fucking really good. Oh, I didn't get a record? I thought I got a record after major bosses. I guess I did not. Okay. Is the treasure hunter in my place yet, or do I have to go back? He should be upstairs. Cool. I do love me some treasure. The idea is cutting it in and out. Why is okay? Hold on. Give me a sec. So let me go ahead and is that any better? But oh, he's by the lady in the bush. Oh, okay. Well, let me go. I think I have a quart. So let me go stick this in there. How's Poppy? I think I have to reset my audio though. It's fine. I will do that. I have 0 quart. Okay, give me 1 sec. I will do that right now. So I will just reset this audio completely. Now you should be hearing nothing. And then now, how's that? Now, are we Gucci?
People have no idea so many secrets. Thanks for keeping.
There's my, oh, that's good. Oh, it's here.
Oh, it's
Thank
you.
God.
I am the Hound. Anyone with a worthy spirit. However, you must. It's up to you if you want to be.
Okay, so I can now have the chance of Trident of Covenant, a B technique weapon with he has a it's a built-in crit rate. Ritual Trident is a sign of sleep, presumed to belong to a great warrior who served an ancient king. Game now, I mean, I think it's pretty hard, but this is a game where, like, if you like this work at challenges, it's good. Wow, no pulse cells being controlled. Oh wait, a chance. Oh, I don't know what that means. Chance is a really. I look at that. I'm like, I don't know if I want that. Can I upgrade my Falcon?
I do so.
Fuck! I did not mean to do that. I missed all the lore. I don't know what he said. Okay, I hope it's nothing important. Quick reload. 20% chance to not consume. Most boss amulets are trash. Their weight is, yeah, they're so heavy, man.
Cathedral, maybe the petrification. I'm worried about the Malum district.
Just below. Okay, just below the cathedral. Right now, I'm just becoming a capacity guy. I'm the dude with capacity. I can talk to her again. I feel like I should just buy the trident and try it out. You're right. I should try. Oh wait, hold on a sec. There's a nun here I need to talk to. Hello, I've been a sinner. Wait, did I come too late? No, did I go too late? Or does that always happen? Okay, okay. You help someone that I got it. The only thing that's been funny was the special dialogue I got for the last area, where people were like, "Wait a sec, I beat this game and I've never seen that dialogue." I'm like, "Yep, that's," and which I think that's cool. Is it here? Which was the one with the prayer? It's the bridge one? Go here backwards. Oh, none of these are spawned. You finally beat it? Yeah, just took a little bit. I think I'm gonna hope that this is enough endurance for my playthrough. I'm just spamming capacity. Although I feel like capacity with this Falcon Eye feels like it shoots so slow, man. But we'll see. Please forgive me for I've sinned. The fuck was that? I'll figure it out. Okay. Wait, what would that say? If I recommend my stream to you, you have good vibes. Hope you have a great life and a great stream. Goodbye. Oh, goodbye. Thank you. Thanks, editing. Yeah, so like this is a game where you want to become human, and the goal of the game is to be as human as possible for whatever it is in the future. What head? Welcome back for 22 months. I might have missed. Thank you. Yeah, well, don't spoil the ending. I don't need to know. Okay, I am going here. Let me out. Path of the Pilgrim. What the fuck?
once, Krat was just a small town on the coast of little importance. Before Elysian Boulevard was built, this place literally was all there was of Krat. But when some in the city prospered, they left the old town behind. Through isolation and neglect, Krat's first incarnation became nothing but dangerous alleys and desperate slums. On the bright side, I guess, the whole city of Krat's pretty much like that now.
The game was a little brighter, you know?
The old town caught up with the new. It's true what they say. A receding tide sinks all boats.
I'm not gonna lie, I just want this game, like, I'm over games that have this dark, gritty aesthetic. Like, I get why this game has that, but like, when I even play stuff like Apex, I have to pray it's Olympus so I can see better. I like bright aesthetics. I think it's cool to be able to see stuff. Call me crazy, man. Nice to have a bit more color. Yeah. Use your lantern. I have a lantern. What? What the fuck? Since when have I had a lantern? Start a game. I swear I've never seen that before in my life. That is the voice that talks to me, bro. Who knows where Jiminy Cricket was, man? He was just in my head the whole time, and I was okay with accepting that as fact. You fuck. Ooh, acid weapon. Okay, wait, hold up. It's an acid dagger with it. Dude, I'm gonna respect to advance for sure. There's no way there's a fucking trap. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, it's okay. What the? say sometimes, like, not. Goodbye, bear. Okay, now I can play the game. Yeah, it looked like he was messed up his aggro, but like also there's a lot of traps. Oh, okay, so I found everything so far. Coast is clear. Now I'll go this way. What the fuck is this? The butterfly. Oh, does my lamp light up? I've never had it on, so I didn't realize. I was so scared. But this game teaches you to kill butterflies. Like literally. Every butterfly you see, dead instantly. I need the loot. I need the loot so bad. Hold on. Her 2 streams? 3. Well, almost died right there. Oh, okay. Okay. I think I cleared all the trash. Or like a lot of the trash. All the stuff near here. This area is very Resident Evil core. Yeah, I know what you mean. Let me get over there. Oh, wait, I think I see. Wait, I am aware. I am not aware. I think I'll figure it out. Oh, it's up here. I got it. Don't tell about the invisible passage. Yeah, right. Wanted. 4 Black Rabbit Brotherhood. Beware when entering. Okay. That's a little spooky. There's treasure to be found in a collapsed shack. Find out what happened to the greedy couple. Okay, so it tells me there's treasure here. Looking for a couple? Hello? Any couples out there? Wait. I was gonna just ask you guys if that was the collapsing shack. If it was not, that'd be really embarrassing. It looks okay. It looks like a shack that's collapsed. I fucking hate this game. I didn't take the lift. I missed the fucking shortcut. No. Okay, but what if I just run? It's not dead. It comes back to life. This is the... This is the worst. Okay. Listen, learn, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna pass everything here. I get the shortcut. Lesson learned. Everything changed after the doctor spread the blue mess. I buried the brother. I don't even know it was my brother. Who's the doctor? Okay. Awesome. Get me back down. Oh, wait. Wait. Well, I saw something interesting. As soon as I get a technique crank, I'm immediately gonna switch to my other weapon. But I need the crank first, man. How do I get the crank? Here we go. You fuck. Shit. Dude, my timing is so bad. It's 1, 2, pause, 1, 2. Oh, I want to upgrade my boss weapon to max, actually, or as much as I can go, but I can't do that till I get my souls back. So. No way. He fucking did 3 in a row. I can't believe it. Oh, I can't believe it. I had him too. I got the fucking parry on his fucking reds, and then he just did 3 in a row. I got skip. He actually delays the fourth bit. You prefer the weapons like rapier or spear-like weapons? I think it It doesn't matter. Because I'm gonna end up using that umbrella because I think it's cool. I think I prefer like scythe-like weapon. I think the idea of a scythe is really appealing. I feel like I should have killed this like 2 attempts ago, but I am actually, I think my concentration is not that good. Wait, where's my, oh, hold on. I gotta recover this real quick. Okay, took a little too long, but honestly, it worked out. I'm not pissed. Oh, radiant ergo fragment. Okay. Did that say sharp pipe? What was the symbol next to that pipe? Oh, there's a door here. What the fuck? Bro, it's so dark, it's hard to see, bro. Belfour superior corrosion resistance. Okay. Corrosion resistance. It's just like, you can kind of tell what it does sometimes based on the resistance it says. I went for acidic, I think, before. Dude, it is so slow though, I swear to God. But it's kind of funny. Cobbler's Bridge. Wait, that shack is the one that the note was about? Okay, hold on. Let me go back real quick. We have the, okay, no, I didn't give it up. I just need another technique thing. I need another technique thing to crank it to S. And I didn't have enough upgrades to make it better than Greatsword. It felt a lot, Greatsword felt a lot better on the boss. So I'm waiting for another crank for me to crank it back. There's nothing else there. Wait, really? Wait, I thought there was a secret here. Oh, it's just the chest? Oh, wait, I got baited so hard. And I was like, I had to check the ground to see, like, you know, there's a secret thing in the corner. Damn, I got 9K sold. So there is a way down here. Is it good to go down? I do see something down there. Maybe if I could find like a...
I test 1 2 1 2. We have a schedule update for the intruder. It's time. Tonight.
Yeah. Catch me down, bitch. Oh. Turns out I'm down here anyway. Okay. Fine. Okay. I see how it is. I think it's fine. As long as that one guy in the middle is not alive still, because I'm okay. If that guy is alive, well then I'm in trouble. And by I'm in trouble, I mean I'm just gonna run. Oh, we're I think there's like 1 or 2 things to kill on the way down there. That's so cool. If he just needs to go back. I feel like I should just go. Oh, that was a weird bug. I can move forward. Yeah, I'm gonna go back here because I really want to switch weapons, ideally. I'll be watching Worlds. Who's playing today? Is it a whole day of groups? Like, is it like 6 games or something? Like, what is the format? Is it best of 1? I heard it. I have a lot of questions.
Welcome to
Technique rank. There's no crank here. You guys, 8 hours, 8 games, Swiss best of 1. Okay.
I always will.
At the house of...
You know that Star? Wow, I haven't seen him in person. I'm so glad that someone so kind has reached safety.
Please take care.
You're not the only... My looks give it away, don't they? Suffice it to say, but I wouldn't be much of a tour. My family was a house of weapons specialists.
Okay.
It's quite a reputation to live up, but that's their reputation. I suppose my only connection to them would be...
She's an orphan. Got it. Where is the... They'll have the materials. Dude, everything about this thing makes me bleh. This thing bleh.
You're full of change.
TL clears T1. I want someone what you're smoking, bro. It's you versus TL. Ugh. You don't need to leave. I can tell you what is going to happen. Okay. Wait, you the pro? Oh, I read it really fast. I don't know. I just get... I don't like to wait because I'm so impatient. That's a my bad. What's gonna happen? TL's gonna win. Wait, who's TL's mid laner? Is it Palafox? Like who? Oh, it's APA. He's okay. Like, I'm pretty sure. Like, the thing is, I think it's pretty normal of people to. Oh, that's so cool. To count NA out stuff. But I always like to be optimistic of NA teams until I think it's always nice to stay optimistic. Or else it's just not fun, honestly. Like, it sucks to watch if you're not optimistic. I mean, at least a little bit, you know? So I always cheer for NA teams. I always hope they can do it. It's like David versus Goliath, right? Like this is fucking Faker right here, you know? And I'm TL. Watch, here's a little sneak peek. Fuck. Shit. Oh. Get back here. I'm out of your aggro range. Oh yeah? TL's winning world. It's gonna be a close game. TL wins, obviously. Spike's family, dude. I could not keep reading Spike's family. I think it's cute, but like, man, I think it's just cute, man. I need more of a story. I need some more plot, bro.
Now, here's a safety reminder for all the malcontents of the Marlin district. A nasty puppet has invaded our territory. Be careful.
Pat is a spy? Okay. Watch Faker on your stream. Oh yeah, don't watch Faker on your stream. If he uses he used to tap to his teammates so much that you're literally gonna get like a headache. He is I think him and LS do that. A couple people do that, but like Faker is like, it fucking hurts my fucking thing, you know? Doesn't because he wants to pretend. No, that's not why he does it, man. Bro, I had the res so far away. I'm literally it's good. At least there's no difficult enemies on the way back. So I just clear some easy trash and then I'm good to go. Okay, so I killed this dog here. Target this with the Falcon Eye. Roll back twice. It explodes. Kills both. Fucking picture perfect. Like a movie script right there. 3 monsters here. That one's dead. For the right one. And then left. What are star fragments, guys? Like what are the things I pick up like a billion of? Oh, it's used for summonings. Oh, so it's literally just dead currency. Okay. Like, I'm not going to use that, probably. Think you're playing Renata? Mid? Hell no. If he is, I'm ending my stream. I'm going to go watch. If he pulls that out as his pocket pick, holy fuck. Take a wall. Doesn't matter. Seems like you just dropped here. Perf. Oh, it's these guys from before.
Oh, I saw you go into the factory. But you're here. So, wait. You came out of the factory?
I thought you would have been burnt to a crisp. But look at you. All intact.
Brother, being too frank is rude. We should praise him for being stronger than he looks. Why not join forces? Play our cards right, and we could defeat the villains who rule this area.
Who's the
They're
villain?
the Black Rabbit Brotherhood.
Oh.
The baddies who torment the
They're
residents.
baddies? Bro, I'm down.
We heard their hideout is stuffed with treasure. And it's a good time to liberate this place as well. Pretty sweet.
All you have to do is create a distraction. That's it. The rest we can handle.
So, you gonna do it?
I feel like I shouldn't look at chat when I make this decision. I'm gonna refuse.
You are smart. It pays to second guess things in crowd. You'll live long.
Loners don't last around here.
So, you gonna do it? You are smart.
Loners don't last.
Oh, so I can go back to them? Oh, this is a really the hallway. The interesting alleyway aesthetic though. Wait, it's have a hard to kill unit. I didn't get any loot for it. Come on, come on, come on. I hate this game. I fell down I should always know. There's no way there's a room with 3 shiny loot and I'm gonna get them. Something's gonna happen. Arch, break, arch. Creates Wild World? Even the legendary stalker enjoys. Oh, maybe a quest item for later. Dude, these alleyways are so, like, I'm like checking every corner because I'm so worried. I know stuff's gonna drop from above. Like, I am spooked. Oh, motivity crank. Fuck, I need a technique.
Here's a news bulletin. This just in. The intruder turned out to be Geppetto's puppet. This month's protection fee will be waived for anyone who hunts it down.
Alright.
What a deal! Now, dear, run, you idiot!
What is... What? He teleported. Patience amulet? 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 I kind of like that. Kills 1 through 3. Dodge. Tip. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. Wait, is Teal winning? Wait, is Teal winning? Hold on. Let me open up Riot Games real quick. Yo, wait, we won. I don't even need to watch this anymore. Goodbye. All right, so I killed the big roaming thing, which should be good. I don't think that thing responds. 80 carry is a fake roll. 80 carry is very real in competitive play. Hey, so I went in all directions. I'm gonna just pop here because I'm kind of spooked. Figure W max. Oh, W is what you're supposed to max. Now, E. Fuck, it's a balance. Oh my god. Fuck. Yeah, Ori used to go tier, and then they buffed Ori so much that like she has enough damage that she could just go D-ring and start like actually harassing people. It's part of why Ori is so meta right now. She got buffed so many fucking times. Okay, well. Well, Ori is garbage. I mean, I don't mind Ori being strong, but the mid, I just feel like it's weird when the mid meta is Syndra Ori Jinx. Like, I feel like especially Jace. I don't know, man. Jace being meta pisses me off. Whenever Jace is too good, I'm like, get this fucking character out of my lane, man. Bone cutting chainsaw. Okay, well, I gotta see what. Oh, the mobility weapon. A mobility weapon. How do I get over there? I think I just go this way. Eighty assassins had their time, I think. Yeah, I mean 80 assassins had their time. You're not wrong. Oh my god, the random unit almost fucking killed me, man. Almost lost all my soul. I will say this item is awesome. Two-handed greatsword, but really great abilities. I love the charge attack, like the Fable arts. Like, it's just all good. Oh my god, am I ready for it?
Another fine day in the city of Krat, but I wonder, my
It's the
friend,
Riddler,
just where
guys.
you've been? I hope my return isn't too unexpected. It seems that our fates may be interconnected. Now, do pay attention. You won't want to miss when the king of all riddles says, "Riddle me this." I stand tall and proud when I'm young and bold, but I'm short and humble once I've gotten old. What am I?
Human? Old man? Boa constrictor who's finished digesting.
Did you cheat? Are you cheating?
What?
Cheating? You're irritatingly good at this.
Wait, I kind of like that.
I am the king of riddles, and you are just, well, you. No offense. You're either very lucky, improbably bright, or more likely, you're cheating. But I would never level such an accusation in a culture where dueling is still an acceptable method of solving disputes. I'm the king of riddles. You know, I wonder, perhaps it's your connection to candy. It's as good as I can tell you're enjoying these times.
Oh, I got the Trinity key. Yes. It opens up the other door that I had way back then. Key for the factory. There's another door. I got the factory one, but there's another one. I don't remember where it actually is. Sure. I'll flip your head. Almost died there, man. Secret area?
It's funny seeing them all flustered. Hey, the idiots actually.
I'm a looker? Ow! Fuck me, man. This area is just fucking idiots coming out of nowhere. Oh man. You called me cute, yeah. I'm gonna remember that for years, honestly. I'm never washing this sweater. I'm wearing it every day. Hey man, let's talk about this. Hey man, let's talk about this.
I thought there were no more survivors.
I'm a trader.
But you're
new.
I do love a bit of commerce, but the boss... Are you with the Black Rabbit Brotherhood? I can't tell what's real and what's fake, to be honest. My job is selling stuff, not... If it's fake, you'll be the one to get...
Oh, cool, okay. I mean, is there anything I really want? There's a sword, there's some abrasives. Oh! There's a record. Oh, I want that. There's unlimited throwables. Oh, that's nice. What? Still doing it? Yo, we won. We actually won. I think I'm about to fight a boss. If I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Because why would that door open there if I'm not about to walk into a boss? I swear, I'm a fucking beast. Wait, TL's, wait, that's T1. Oh. Oh, sorry, the handle, the like initials look very similar. So like, you know?
I'll use my power.
The record, play the record. The music's really good. That's all I gotta say.
Les flocons de neige qui
I know my way
brillent
around.
dans le ciel nocturne me réconforte. Je t'attends seul dans le noir. Je t'attends depuis trop longtemps. Je peux t'entendre dans mon cœur. Un murmure de ma propre confession. Le moment de te rencontrer maintenant. Écoute mon cœur, où es-tu maintenant? Il s'agit d'attendre toute ma vie. N'entends-tu pas ma petite voix? Je t'attends depuis longtemps.
Give her more pulse cells. If you're a real, I don't need to heal more.
Le vent qui me caresse, un ciel brillant. Serait-il possible que je te murmure à ton oreille? Si vous avez une longue journée, te souviens-tu de moi souffrant? Tu reviendras un jour, un jour. Écoute mon cœur, je t'attendrai même. Si j'ai mal au cœur, pour que tu puisses entendre ma petite voix, je
Oh, that this guy.
A victim of the petrification disease turned into a monster. That's just... Could the disease lead to puppet frenzy?
Let's take it to the disease.
But puppets shouldn't frenzy either. But stalkers blame me. They think I worked with the alchemists to spread the disease to puppets. Oh, that's why.
I always will.
I know my way around.
Oh, I need to buy the trident. I wanted to try it out, yes. And I have to wait till the songs finish playing So I'm like, all right, I got 3 minutes to burn. Let's try it out.
A great weapon.
The world's capital. Oh, is that drops? No, I did not mean to do that. Oh. Wait. Wait, this weapon actually kind of feels good. There's 2 Fs you could press. What? This weapon's kind of cool, I'm not gonna lie. Mayhaps I might use that later. But it's actually a technique weapon. What the hell? Huh. Wait, why did Divine Service replay? Oh? I left and it restarts. Wow. That kind of sucks for me. Mouse. I don't know. What is this? Mouse. Oh, there we go. Oh, no, it didn't restart. It plays all the way to the right. Cool. I got my. I love this song. Feel so good. I haven't heard the rest of the songs on this album, but this one is really good. Hey. Alright guys, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna keep it 100. I want to go watch Worlds, so I'm gonna go ahead and raid someone, and I'm gonna dip. You know, I also need to do my laundry, so it's like a win-win in this situation, except for you guys maybe lose a little bit. I was watching it. I cannot. I'm not allowed to restream it, or else I fucking would. Trust me, I would. I'm gonna go ahead and raid Jody. She's had a merch drop this week. I think she's playing Bread and Fred, which is a hilarious fucking game. You guys go, if you want not watching Worlds, you go watch that. I'm out, guys. Have a great night.